I forgot to check my microphone. Okay, my mic's working. Okay. All right, I should be entirely live now. Let's just double check YouTube. Oh, let's wait. No, I didn't want studio. Let me go back. Your channel. There we go. Yeah, okay, I'm live. Let's wait. So today I'm gonna try and get the game mode stuff in. After stream surgery, brain surgery. Oh, hey donut. You haven't kept up with my posts on Instagram, Twitter, whatever in the last 2 weeks. Not that I usually post, so there's not much use usually looking there, but yeah. Yeah, I had brain surgery on Wednesday. I have staples back here. Yeah, right here. I've got a row of staples right here where they stapled my head back together. It was a tumor. No, there's still quite a bit of tumor left. They got out the part that was causing the symptoms that got me into the hospital, though. So yeah. Well, right now with the information that we have, we're as resolved as we're going to be. At the moment, I'm probably going like with what it looks like at the moment. I'll be living with the tumor in my brain for the rest of my life. It's too wrapped around and spread throughout the right side of my brain. So yeah, I'll never be alone. I'll always have tumor. Yeah. So even if everybody else leaves me, tumor will never leave. What a friend, eh? You've got a friend in me. I've got some of the good meds at home now. So I've got hydromorphine or hydromophone hydromo hydromorphone. Yeah, hydromorphone and Tylenol for the pain. And then they've got me on magnesium for stomach issues just in case, because they've also got me on dexamethasone for the brain swelling. So, and I can't wash my hair right now, so I haven't been able to wash my hair since I had my surgery. So I'm looking forward to doing that. I should be allowed to wash it tomorrow, but I have to be very gentle and I have to use baby shampoo. So yeah. Give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna walk this plate into the kitchen. Oh, little tumor needs to be gentle. Oh, stop, Squid. Holy shit, dude, your brains. Oh, don't worry about it, Squid. It's all fine. Yeah, I had brain surgery on Wednesday. Uh, my hair's a bit fucked up because I can't wash it yet. Um, and I have to. My girlfriend's buying shampoo for me today because I should be able to wash it tomorrow. I got back. I got back yesterday morning. But welcome in. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people that are finding out today. One of the I'm glad it went well. Yeah, the I was lucky. I was super, super lucky on a couple of different things. One, it's slow growing, right? So the doctor said that I've probably had it for a number of years now. So everybody who joked about me having like a tumor or having an aneurysm in my brain, they weren't entirely wrong. There was something going on up there that was causing headaches and fatigue and drowsiness, um, brain fog and stuff like that. But yeah, no, it all seemed to go pretty well. I was lucky. I went to the top neurosurgeon hospital in my province, and I got like their best neurosurgeon out of like sheer dumb luck. Um, so when my mom rushed me to the ER because she thought I was having a stroke, um, we ended up going to the top neurosurgeon hospital in my province. Um, and then I just happened to get like their top neurosurgeon. So he did a fantastic job. I was up and walking around the hospital like within the hour that they released me from the recovery room. The nurse was like, "Yeah, just make sure that you do some walking because it will be good. It will prevent blood clots." And surgeon a day keeps the tumor away. Yeah, pretty much. Um, so we're waiting on the results back. So they got enough out for a biopsy. They got enough out for the biopsy to send out for testing. So we're waiting on the cancer agency to get back to tell us whether or not it's cancer or not. From the looks of what I've read online, cancer would allow us to get rid of more of it because you can treat it with chemo, and chemo will you can aggressively attack just the tumor with it, from my understanding. Of course, like I don't know much about this, and I'm gonna leave it up to the medical professionals when I go back and see them on the 26th, and I get my staples out on the 12th. So, but from what I've read online, um, theoretically, cancer might actually be the better diagnosis because we can get rid of more of the tumor potentially, right? But of course, then you have to deal with having cancer, right? So, Mm. I had a similar experience with a spine tumor. I accidentally got the surgeon with the most experience of spine tumors, and he did a great job. Oh God, that's good to hear. Yeah, yeah. Like like I went to the neuro. I ended up randomly at the neurosurgeon hospital for my province, and I got like their like their top guy pretty much. Um, uh, my mom's ex specifically like spent like 2 grand to get a doctor's note specifically to go see that guy to get his spine fusion or whatever, and because of how highly regarded this guy is. And then um yeah, when my stepmom looked into him, because my stepmom's a registered nurse and she taught at a university, so she looked into him and he has amazing reviews. So yeah. Well, I appreciate we have a whole tumor club here. I will refrain from joining. Yeah, Donut, you're not allowed to join. We don't want you in this group, Donut. We want you healthier than us. We're rejecting your application on the grounds that we don't want you to have tumors. They did do a full body scan to see if I had tumors in anywhere else, and that came back negative. So it's just in my brain. So that's also kind of like a relief, right? Um, so if it is cancer, it's not an aggressive form of cancer, um, and it seems to be relatively benign. So, but it does cause memory problems, some memory problems. brain fog, exhaustion, and stuff like that. And not aggressive. He's just a chill dude. Yeah. 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 I've been getting a little bit emotional about it from time to time, but it seems to be with very specific people. Like, it was really weird. I was pretty fine when I was in shock when the doctor told me they found a tumor. They're like, we found a mass in your head, in your brain, so we're gonna have to operate on it. And that was kind of a shock, and I was in shock. And I didn't cry or anything at that time, but then when I called my dad, like just ringing the phone to my dad, I just broke down. And it was just like that for like 2 days. Every time I like call my dad or get a phone call from my dad, I would just instantly break down. But I could talk to like everybody else normally, but as soon as I talked to my dad, it was just like just sobbing. I don't know why. Weird. And then yesterday when I was talking to my stepmom, I broke down in tears. But yeah, it was weird. It was what it is. What it is though. I mean, it's just emotions running high and brain swelling and stuff like that. I'm definitely having some weird audio stuff, right? So that's kind of shitty, but whatever. Oh. My girlfriend brought home snacks from work. You know, oddly enough, at this particular moment in time, I am on no painkillers. Which is a little bit unexpected, right? Handle match has ended. That's what we wanted. All right, so what we want to do is we want to go into the game mode here, and we're going to declare a multi-task delegate. Dynamic multicast delegate. That's what we wanted. There. F game mode. Game has ended. And then here, what is it? It's blueprint bindable? No, it's blueprint assignable. Category. And then let's try and actually spell this right. There we go. There we go. And then on the ready to end match here, we do no, it's a different one, right? Then we would do the check to see if this is bound. If game has on game has ended dot is bound, then we would just do a broadcast. So how's everybody been? Squid, was your tumor benign? You don't have to say if you don't want to. Well, yeah, I'm thinking about a career change. As not like going away from programming, but like I'm looking at going into the film industry maybe. I'm chatting with a buddy of mine, and we're gonna see if I can get a more junior role, doing programming and maybe like right now I'm looking at the pipelining stuff at his company, and he's gonna try and help me get in. So. No. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, right. I forgot to actually bind it to anything. Cool. And then what we'll do is we'll take this here, just like that, and we'll move this down. And we're just going to shunt in our end of game stuff logic here, right? So this would be get game mode. We're going to cast to IC game mode base. And we'll do this. Just like that. There we go. And then we've got that. And then all we're going to do is we're going to do a bind on game has ended. And then this will do custom event on game has ended. Can I buy function? Bind on game has ended. No, okay. Interesting. Okay. There, and then this just does the, I think, end round is all I cared about here. Yeah, that should be it. So we just do this. And away we go. Not gonna lie, I was almost tempted to do some C++ for this. Okay, let's see if it works. So they should probably come over. They're a bit close. There. And then we'll jump into here and we're going to do this. Actually, no. It will either work or it won't. So, blank. 3, 2, 1. It worked. Fucking perfect. Now we want to deactivate maybe the UI stuff and stop the vehicle audio. So if we go into our blueprints, we go to characters. Yeah, no, I switched back. Now, where is the audio for the truck? I think it's in here. Oh, there it is. Wait, what? Oh, here it is. There we go. Perfect. I think here also we want to player control, no, time attack widget. Get remove from parent. Actually, this is activatable, so I think I can just deactivate, right? No, okay, never mind. Actually, this one might not be activatable. This is removed from parent. Hmm. Perfect. The menu doesn't work, but it does show up. My tipping point for moving back to Unreal was straight up the UI and game modes. I don't like the system, the new UI system. Or actually I don't like any of the UI systems for Unity right now. Like there's pros and cons to them, right? And they're not bad. It's just I think that they're not well thought through, right? So if I go here, right, like what you've got is you've got your your setup here, and like these are your objects that are in the world, right? And you've got your this describes the UI, right? So this is your UI, right? And then you've got a separate file, and this is the C sharp, and this is how it interact. Like this is the bindings for like buttons and stuff like that. Bindings. But these are two separate, right? And so you have to like create an object of some kind, right? Like a prefab. We'll just do PF because I'm doing this with my mouse right now. PF, right? And then you have to bind these into these together and make sure that this is in the world, right? And it's just like there's so much, right? Yeah. So like these are distinctly different and not connected, but highly coupled, right? So you can have one in the world without the other in either situation. And I really don't like that. It doesn't make me feel good. It makes me feel really bad. It feels like a really error prone way to build this system, right? Because the new UI system feels kind of React like, right? It feels like they were driving from React because like it uses CSS and it kind of has that component system that React has in some aspects, and it kind of feels like these two should just be married together, right? Like these should be deeply connected. It feels like these should be deeply connected, like they are in Unreal. And the fact that they're completely separate, they don't even know about each other, and they can be individually in the world without the other one and stuff like that. It's just like this is way too error prone. I don't like this. And then they don't have the game mode system. So they don't have game mode, game state, right? And that kind of bothers me because I like really wanted game mode and game state because I actually really like them. I really like the way that Unreal did that. So like I was trying to re-engineer game mode and game state into Unity, and it was just like, this is a lot of extra work, right? So eventually I kind of just said, you know what, fuck it, let's do it. And I talked to one of my friends, and he said that he would help me with some of the graphic stuff. Um, and he did, and now I'm back in UE land, and life is better. Except for then I shortly found out right before I was finished the stuff that I had a tumor, and that was fun. Fun. Okay, so okay, so this we need to do the on destroy. Here. We're going to grab this and make sure that we pause. Is that paused? There. Then I also need to do something in my, I think in my game mode maybe. Oh. Does this even have it? Okay, let's go to the real map. Most of my game making dabbling was Godot at this point. Godot's great. I like Godot. There's actually a game that I talked to a nurse about. I think it was a nurse. I want to say he was a nurse. Really cool guy. So yeah. So I thought this was super interesting, and I didn't realize that this was a thing. So ultrasound. I think it's ultrasound, right? Yeah, it's ultrasound. Okay, ultrasound IV guide, right? So if you've got, yeah, I made it through Cervantes. Sorry. So if you've got particularly small veins that have surfaced, right, and they need a thicker vein, or if your veins are buried deep in your skin and they can't see them, right? It makes adding putting an IV in, right? Um, to you, really difficult. So while I was in the ER, right, there was one girl sitting next to me at one point, and you couldn't see any veins on her arm. So they were like, we're gonna have to do an ultrasound guided IV for this. So they called in like they've only got a handful of nurses on staff that can do them, and it's really trippy to look at, right? So like, they guide it in with the ultrasound because they find the vein, and then they guide it in and do the puncture, and they got it. But it's just like, apparently it flips, right? So if it's inverted controls, right? But only on the x-axis. uh oh, that's kind of cool. Machine that projects hidden veins onto your arms. That's kind of cool. I take it that you have that problem then, Cervantes. Also, sup, Chrono. I mean, what as in when you learned anyways, no one could hear you? Wait, what? Oh, is there an ad going? Fucking ads. When you learned leaned away from the mic. Oh, sorry. My bad. Anyway, so it inverts the controls and you have to like get good at like finding the vein and then tapping into it and stuff like that. And I was like watching it and I was like, you know, I think I could build this into like a 2D game. And I was thinking of Godot for it. Oh, thanks for this. Thanks for the Prime sub, man. Your surgery post? Yeah, I'm post surgery. Surgery was on Wednesday. Um, I came home yesterday morning, and I was debating if I. For anybody on YouTube. I don't think there really is anybody there. But there's 5 ads? What? Final boss. Okay, I hear everything. Like you guys can hear everything that I'm supposed to hear through my headphones, and I can hear a phone ringing right now. I'm concerned about Pseudo's health and ads shove into my face. Yeah, fucking stupid. That's what the ads are. Stupid. Yeah. All right, where were we here? Yeah. Okay. So I'm surgery post op. Surgery was on Wednesday. They let me out yesterday morning. So you're good. Like surgery success. Yeah. No, I don't mind sharing. So yeah, surgery went well. The neurosurgeon feels really confident about where we're at. I'm going to be living with tumor for the rest of my life. There's no way to get it out without destroying half my body. Yeah. So I'd lose all functionality on the left side of my body if we took it out, all of it out. So it's a no go. So yeah, I have so I get my staples out on the 12th, and then on the 26th I go in for a follow up, and hopefully we'll have the cancer results back for then, and we'll know whether or not it's cancer or not, and then we'll next steps effectively from there. Also, I think when I do my follow up, they're going to do a CT scan to see where we're at and if it shrunk or anything, because they've got me on steroids for that right now. So yeah. They said that they drilled a toonie sized hole in my head. uh Size of the toonie for the Americans. Um uh it is this big. 28 millimeters in diameter. Yeah. Yeah, I hope it's not cancer. So this is a Canadian toonie, right? Which is just a $2 coin. So and they drilled in back here, right? So they drilled into my head back here and pulled it and snipped out as much tumor as they could. And then they stapled me back up. But I can't wash my hair yet. From my reading, apparently I should be safe to wash it tomorrow, but with I have to use baby shampoo and be very careful, and then I have to dry it very well. So I'm probably gonna have to get my girlfriend to help me with that. But tomorrow I'll be able to wash my hair. And finally. All right, I have to take some pills. It's like I just have to record when I took it because I can only take it. I can only take the Tylenol every 4 hours. And then if the Tylenol's not quite doing it, I've got the hydromorphine, which I can take 1 or 2 of every 6 hours. I don't know yet. We'll know more I'll have more information after the 26th. I have a doctor's note to be out from work effectively until January 1st. I just have to call and get it on Monday because I wasn't able to call back and sort out my email for that and get my timing for the 12th. So, but I will get that sorted out, which is nice. I didn't. But because I'm on employment insurance, it pushes my employment insurance. So effectively, my employment insurance is paused from the 21st to January 1st, and then it will pick back up and lapse after whatever the time frame. Well, will lapse in February rather than lapsing next month. So it'll just give me extra time to look for work. Yeah. So I'll have a little bit more time, which is nice. But I have a bead on some promising work. And I had an interview yesterday when I got home from the hospital. And I had an interview while I was waiting for surgery. Shit happens. I might be switching careers slightly, as well. So, I'm actually looking at going into film. Um, uh, so, I'm going to be applying for some tooling positions and pipeline stuff at a VFX studio, and one of my friends is going to try and help me get in there. So, yeah, he's got a lot of sway. He's been there for a long time, and he's one of their most senior senior VFX guys, and he's really, really good. So yeah, and then he's also offered to help one of our mutual friends for the art community as well. No multitasking with interviews and post surgery. Yeah, yeah. How are things with you, Cervantes? I haven't seen. I haven't, and I haven't looked, but in a while. But how's your scene going? Are you still working on that environment, or is it done? Yeah, I saw. I commented on the photo that I saw. I think it was on Kate Wynn's Instagram, right? Yeah. I wish I could have been there. It looks like you guys had fun. Yeah. I showed a technical artist last night my demo scene that I did for school, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you could totally like if you spruce that up and maybe add to it a little bit, you could probably get a job." And I was like, "Interesting." No, I suppose that does make sense. Sucks that you had to move. Wind directional source. Oh, this was for the. Oh, okay, that makes sense. We're gonna get rid of that. I don't want that. Um, I've got an audio in here, and I need to figure out where I put it. Ugh. My mom thought that I was having a stroke. I gotta go. I want to see how you. I wanted to see how you were doing. I'll see you next time, dude. Sounds good, man. You be safe out there, and you have a good rest of your day, man. Until we see each other again. Actually, there is one thing that I actually really do need to do here that I almost forgot. Before I forget, I need to update. Yeah, put it under widgets. No, it's not widgets. Overlays. Menus. Credit screen. Yeah, no, it's good to be back. Oh no, I already updated Pio. Okay. It's so good to be back. And it's like it's a shitty situation, right? Like let's not try and pretend it's not. But with the shitty situation, it is the best of a shitty situation. So if we focus on that, everything's fucking peachy. I had so many people come visit me in the hospital, which was super nice too. and so many people reached out to me like on all the different social medias and stuff like that. It was it was really uplifting. I gotta say, like extremely uplifting to have so many people like reach out and wish me the best and stuff like that. We're not back in an ad, are we? No. Okay. But yeah, no, it's just it's so good to like be in a situation where good things are happening. Chrono, are you heading out or? Oh, okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, there it is. This is what I need to figure out. I need to figure out, I need to stop this, right? Because, like, right now, if I hit play, right? And we're in here, we hit play here. We got a main menu, right? Oh, I gotta change that. Um, Player controller, game, state. There you go. Now we've got 2 minutes. It was the comments about social media stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah. Lots of people came out of the woodworks for that one. So if I go to main menu, I don't think my truck stops there. It does not. That's weird that it doesn't destroy though. That's really weird. I feel like it should have destroyed. My player doesn't get destroyed when moving when loading a new level. Mm. Uh, oh, I'm guessing it's I didn't think that I was doing seamless travel. Let's double check that. Do. Hmm. I don't. I didn't think that I was doing seamless travel. Interesting. It feels weird. I also need a restart here. Mm-hmm. Mm. So there's a couple different ways that we can do a restart. One of them is if we do seamless travel, maybe. But let's see how long this actually takes if we do Shibuya here. Wait, get level. It's open level. Open level by name. Get current. Get level. Let's see what happens when we do this. I'm going to do standalone. Well, that's poopy. So we're going to do main menu. So we're still there. Interesting. Okay, and we're going to hit play. Now we have two versions of the audio. That's always good times, eh? Restart. Yeah. No, that's not good. So I think what we need to do is do this in the level. Yeah. What we could do here is, see, we're going to have let's do a function, right? We'll name this function stop audio. Stop. Sorry. No, wait. Let's do. Um. You know what I want to do? I want to make a C++ class for this. We're gonna make an overlay C++ class. New C++ class. Common activatable. I see. Actually, how am I naming these right now? Okay, yeah, no underscore. So it's just I see overlay. We'll just do this one here specifically because this one's yeah, this one's kind of unique, right? Pause menu overlay. Yes. This, and then we'll do UI. Let's see, do I have anything under this? Weird. Oops, local projects, Unreal. No, I don't have anything. Yeah, go for it. Is it at my expense? Brain surgery. Is that is it bad that bad to do a Java course? Not bad. Like you might it maybe. Overlays. Hope you're recovering well. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Sabaku. With the brain surgery, I now know what it feels like to be a Java dev. I'm gonna snooze that for 5 minutes. um, a whole new brain? Yeah, pretty much. My brain feels a little lighter. It's almost like they removed part of it. They removed some mass from my brain. A whole new brain. The Arcanite's hating tumor. Yeah. Oh. I might load it up. I might try Arcanites on my tablet. But I'll have to go free to play. So I'll need lots of help from Aku. And maybe even Rem. But if you do HMU, what's HMU? I need to use an informal request for information about the mobile game. Oh, hit you up. Maybe I'm a little bit more affected by the brain surgery than I thought I was going to be. They took all the best parts away. He was like this before. Don's not wrong. Oh, Don, Aku, Don. Aku is he's done some props for the game and he's making the truck. And Don is a good friend of mine from back in our early days of streaming. Aku's only ever known tumor pseudo though. Don knew me before I started having tumor related symptoms. And I was still fucked up back then too. Yeah, I was like plotting, like I was going back and like looking at the oh, we've got 46 seconds before an ad starts. I was like going back and trying to plot like when I started noticing tumor symptoms, and it's been like 3 or 4 years now. So it's been a while that the tumor started. Um, I wish I could have caught it earlier, but the doctors still said that we caught it pretty early, so that's good. Do, do, do. New widget interface. There is a decorator that you need for the binding. Bind object delegate. No, that's the on click. Look at existing widgets, see how they work. That's fine. I don't care too much about that one. Tutorials. A UMG C++ tweening library. Oh, that's kind of cool. Controlling UMG animations from C++. UI animations. F user widget pool. Interesting. What's this? Gonna lurk, pal. Glad you're doing well. Oh, thanks, Aku. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. The doctors seem pretty confident that I'm gonna be fine. So choosing a function in the editor. Wait, what? This is the function we will use to see if the dice passes. Huh. Internal use only. Function for the editor. Interesting. Let's go back to tutorials here. There's like a starter here. Choosing a function in the editor. Might be this one. No, it's not that one. Buttons with custom hitboxes. In world UI. Oh, he started making YouTube videos. Has he been making them for a while now?
Hi, I'm Ben.
Oh, they're pretty infrequent. This guy's really good, by the way. FYI. Maybe this one? No. He had things I wish I knew coming to Unreal from Unity. Interesting. think some of this is pretty old. To do asynchronous loading with tasset print. By default, Unreal is greedy in the way that it loads assets. So when you access a U object, all of its dependent resources are usually in memory. For example, it is possible to access the texture associated with a texture2D T object pointer variable. It is also possible to access the T subclass of type variables called and call get default object without worrying about whether the default object is in memory. Sometimes, however, it is greedy loading. This greedy loading can work against us. Huge assets can be loaded when they're not needed, increasing our load times and memory footprint. The way to stop assets being loaded automatically is to use the T asset pointer and T asset subclass of. Interesting. For example, imagine you are making a farm simulation game and your growable plant properties are defined inside the blueprint subclass of plant definition. Every plant has a large 1K pixel illustration that is viewable in an optional detail view for each plant. It doesn't make sense for this texture to be loaded when the game starts, as it's almost never seen. Also, if the game has tens of plants in the textures can really impact memory footprint and load times. Yes. It's also why you want to use weak pointers sometimes too. Vibver, welcome back. How's it going? Good to catch you live. Yeah, I wanted to get back into the swing of things as quickly as possible. Connecting. Here we go. Bind widget. That's what I was looking for. Meta bind widget. This is what we want here. It's one of the most useful tags. Things are going good. My skull's healing pretty well, so, or at least it seems to be. I'm on very light painkillers, as in like I'm actually on just like regular Tylenol, not extra strength or anything like that. I'm on 2 regular Tylenol and I don't have head pain. I feel a little bit spacey, but I think that like once the skull heals over and the brain swelling goes away, I'll stop feeling so spacey. And it will be good to have the staples out soon too. So I'm looking forward to that once that's the 12th. So yeah, it's not too far away. And 26th, I'll go in for after the 26th, I'll go in for my follow up to see what my next steps are going to be. I hope you have a super speedy recovery. Yeah, you and me both. It's it sounds like I should though. Like, yeah, it sounds like I should have a good recovery. So I'm looking forward to being like fully back to actual normal here at some point in the nearish future. Whatever normal is for me going forward. Okay, so here we're gonna don't save. So what's the prognosis? I will live with tumor in my brain for the rest of my life. They got out as much as they could safely anymore, and I could lose motor functions on the left side of my body. And we're waiting for word back from the cancer center to see whether or not it's cancer or benign, and then we'll go next steps from there. They say that usually takes about a week or so. So they'll probably have word back before when I get my staples removed on the 12th, and then I go in for my follow up after the 26th. So sometime here. It was the pretty much the from my understanding, it sounds like it's pretty much the entire left side of my brain. Sorry, right side of my brain is affected. It's all spider webbed in there. Yeah. But I think like the mass that was causing the problem that actually sent me into the ER was somewhere around here. There used to be a bump right here that I could actually feel, and that seems to be mostly gone now. So that seems to be healing pretty quick. Yeah. One of my close friends also recently had a tumor removed, but it was at the base of the brain, almost at the start of the spine. He is currently still paralyzed under the waist, but recently showed movement in the toes after about 3-ish months. Oh, that's good. It's good that they were able to get it out, and I hope that he has a speedy recovery. It sounds like he's starting to recover at the very least. Brain stuff is fucked up. I'm still hearing like I still have audio. I have some audio processing problems right now still, which is really weird. Um, after what they said, that he will fully recover, but motor skills will take about 6 to 10 months at least. Oh God, that's good. That's good. I wish it was sooner than 6 to 10 months, but at least he's projected to get all his motor functions back. That's happy days. It was weird. Also, like in the hospital, I was in a wing dedicated just to people that were going in to see neurosurgeons, and then after my surgery, I was in a room specifically just for people who had brain surgery. So everybody in the room had recently had brain surgery. Oh yeah, he'll probably that will probably be a thing of the past. Hopefully, the spasms and stuff, or at least we can hope. Got one that's 14 millimeters in the center of my brain. Pineal gland. Chrono and I are tumor buddies. Oh man, that's like, can they can't get there, can they? Like you can't remove from there, right? Hmm. Is it growing or is it benign or just sorry, is it yeah. Yeah, no, that is really lucky. I hope that it doesn't start growing again. Do they know if it's cancer or I guess because they can't operate on it, right? They can't give you a definitive answer on that. Tumor had apparently hardened outer shell and it was not cancerous. That's good to hear about your friend though, that at least it's not cancer. That's good. Benign is good. We like benign. Do they have them on? Are you on steroids, Chrono, to try and shrink it? Nope. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. I just know that the doctors told me that they're going to give me steroids to try and shrink some of it. But then I've also heard that the steroids are also just to shrink the swelling in the brain. At any rate, like it the shrinking has been helping. I definitely feel clearer. Like my brain feels clearer than it has been in a very long time, which is really nice. Um, yeah, and I don't have as much fatigue as I did, but also this is early days, early stages, right? So we'll see. Well, so like for brain tumors, right? One of the big ones is like if we look at tumor symptoms, right? Like some of the brain tumor symptoms are like um, uh, headaches. So I did get these actually. Thinking back, I got these actually kind of often, but I never really thought too much about it. And if I had gone on earlier, maybe we could have you know we could have dealt with that faster, and we might have been able to get more out. But whatever, it is what it is, right? Uh, I'd never really had this one, but this is the stuff here that's kind of like difficulty with thinking, memory or concentration issues. Here. Um, but but yeah, one of them's like they say brain fog, right? Like where you're just which is comes down to like this here difficulty thinking. So like this one, I think this one's been getting progressively worse for like and started to get really noticeable probably like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was getting really really bad right up at the end there where I was having a lot of trouble like following files, like having multiple files open and trying to match pairings between them and stuff like that, and stuff like that was starting to get really difficult. And yeah, so there's one that I had up here that like had a pretty good list, but um of course I can't find it when I'm looking for it. So yeah, but brain fog like just it feels like it's lifted a little bit at least. I'm hoping that it's lifted a lot. We'll see. Um, I know the brain fog is yeah, the brain fog put me on the chopping block for layoffs though. Like that was actually like the reason for the layoff, why I made it onto that chopping block. And I completely get it, right? Because I was getting increasingly useless at work. It's weird that like I think that like I I I was because like I was really struggling to follow things at work towards the end, and like going into new projects and stuff like that at work was getting increasingly difficult. Um, but and then like I don't know. And then if I had a really good day, it wasn't too bad. But game development seems to be activating a different section of my brain, and it seems to be not a it hadn't been so affected. But then like in the past month, it was starting to get pretty affected. So that was not good. But yeah. And now I feel it feels like I'm thinking clearer, which is good. Thinking clearer is a really good one. So happy about that. All right, we're gonna do the pause menu overlay. Go to the designer. We want to go here, and we want to go focus, and we want to focus on continue. All right, then back over here. Do the U prop. This one's going to be, I think we want this under protected, right? Hmm. Yeah, okay. These are the two that we want. Hmm. Property. And we want this one. So we want this. Do, 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 do. Well, I'll be back in a bit. Got crap to do. Well, yeah, no worries. You have yourself a gooders one, man. Thank you for stopping by. It was good chatting with you. You guys have all been like fucking amazing. T. No, we're not creating, so we don't want a subclass. We want. I don't know why it keeps going back to that one. T object pointer. I want an object pointer. T object pointer. Common U common button. And what is this? U common button. It's probably U common button, right? Yeah, there we go. And then here we want our menu. This will be continue, continue button. Restart button. Main menu button. And end game button. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to come back into here and we're going to go to these and we're going to add an underscore here. Like so. These are going to get renamed with the bindings. There we go. What's the issue here? Did I misspell that? Yeah, I did. I don't think that we really have to do anything in the construct, right? Keeps going back to that one. Native construct. Yeah, okay. I think we can do is focusable. Desired focus widget. Set desired. Desired focus widget. Is it not set? Set. Set desired focus widget, and this will be the continue button. Weird. We'll just do this. There we go. Don't think we really need too much more here. I really wish it would stop jumping to that one when I want to stay in this one. Then I think there is a way to... I saw a way to do C++ world stuff. But I think Sorry. I think for the world, when I unload the world, I want to grab um the audio and use that here. This ambient sound. That's kind of cool. Okay, so if that, we'll do this. Wait, it failed? Oh, so good. This has got to be in this one, right? Plugin. Hmm. I thought I completely got rid of the smart object stuff. Plugin. Oh, that's not in the build. Wait. Pedestrian system. Sorry. Oh, here we go. I think it's these ones here. So if I go to here, I've got ChatGPT here. Show me how to resolve this. This is in here, and it's under modules. Additional dependencies. That's in the runtime? Yeah. And then we add in these two. And that one goes under here. Beautiful. I think this is a lack. Yeah, this looks like it's a lack of a an import here. I think this goes into the build here. Is missing common UI. I hear music. Sort of. Oh, that wasn't it. Wait, what? Interesting. Let's take a look at this. I had this. Core. Slate core? OMG. Input core. Yeah, you've got that. Light. This needs UMG. Let's try that. Here we go. Now, when I compile this, this should cause errors. Right, we have to actually change that first. Reparent. There we go. Look at that. Yeah. Lots of arrows. All the arrows. Now, if we come back into here and we rename these back to what they were, It should just fix the problem. There we go. Now I can take all of this bullshit here and move it. So I can do like the quick game and stuff like that. I can do all of that inside of C++ if I want. Um, All right, and then we'll do this. Oops. I don't like what's happening there. What I want to do here. False. So we're not going like the restart isn't working the way that I really truly want it to. But I also need to have some kind of binding thing here for this because it's a bit of a problem. Also, like this feels odd for some reason now. This be it's making this feel too dark. What the fuck? You're not bald? Yeah, no. They shaved part of my head, but not much. You like can't even see where they shaved. It's like right in here. I was expecting them to want to shave at least like around the area that the incision was going to be at, but they just used a straight blade, I think. At least that's what it felt like. And they just shaved a very small section for the incision. Yeah. So my hair is like just completely covering it. Yeah, I was awake. I could feel the vibrations in the back in my eyes when they were drilling the hole. So they drilled. I think it was a 28 millimeter hole in my skull, through my skull, and then they dug around in my brain and took some matter out. What do you mean? They asked me if I wanted to be awake or not. But what is it? They did one of hold what was it? It was one of these pretty much that they used. Something like this. So you still have like the centerpiece. So yeah, I had the option. It was, do you want to be awake or do you want to be asleep? And um yeah. So it was, if they put me to sleep, the recovery takes longer. And if I stay awake, the recovery is faster. It's times like this that make me really appreciate the Canadian medical services. Um, but there's like, it's disingenuous though to say that Canadians have free medical, because we don't. But we pay a lot in taxes for it. But um, being able to go in and walk out and not have to pay anything for this is is really nice. My entire stay, because that would have wreaked havoc on, like, would have bankrupted me. I think right now if I was in the States, I'd be bankrupt. I don't have insurance or anything. So my mom paid for all my pills too. Oh, it actually wasn't that expensive. It was like 50, $60 for the pills. I was expecting it to be a bit more. Bring it on. I get to be Lucky Pierre. Or am I just being strapped to the bed and everybody's taking their turn? Sounds like I'm gonna have a good time, eh? But yeah, no, it's it's good to have it out and all the wonderful jazz, you know. Be in a good place. So you gotta be careful with the back of my head, you know. We don't want to press on the soft spot. Don't push my soft spot. Like a little baby child. No, no. I think it would be too much pressure if I wore a helmet. I have to wear a shower cap when I have my morning shower because I got to keep it dry. Which kind of blows. And I don't think I can lift right now. Like I have to be careful lifting because I don't want to strain my head. Right. So like lifting heavy objects and stuff like that's probably out of the question at the moment. I want to get I'm going to start going to the gym. And I will be lifting. Not heavy, but I'll be lifting. Just dumbbells. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I lift. I'm not good about staying on it, but I think there's a bit of a wake up call. I need to get in and take better care of myself, I think. So that's definitely something I would like to do. I hear muscle mass is one of the main factors in cancer prevention. Oh, is it? It's good to know. Oh, that is good to know. Do 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 do. I like learning this stuff. Game modes. Time attack. Oh, this is the game state. And I think I'm going to make a game state for this. Because this is kind of like, we're going to make a generalized HUD state. Yeah, let's do that. Because I want to move some of this to C++ to clean up the code. We just want a plain HUD, right? Yeah. Next. This will go into the UI, right? 'Cause, And then we'll put it under HUD. And then this will be IC HUD base. Yeah, no worries, Mecca. Let's see. I had my Tylenol at 10:47. I should probably eat. Right, I don't have to worry about eating 3 times today. I can eat twice today. Did this great? Yeah, it did. Okay. So this will be our little base here. And then we can create all of our little pieces here, right? And you know, are we doing a common activatable stack for this? How am I doing this? How do I want to do this is the better question. Oh. So the reason why I'm going to do this using this HUD is because I want to do some more binding, and doing these bindings in blueprints is kind of cancery. I'm not a big fan. Ooh. Ooh. We're having a mostly productive day, I think. I got like coffee streaming all down the back of my cup here. Where? Delegate. F. Oh. Where did my chat Chipitas go? Oh, there it is. Do something when the current level is changing in UE. One of the things that I want to get rid of, game instance. To detect when the current level map is changing in Unreal, you typically want to listen for level transition event by the game engine. There are a few strong options depending on whether you're in C++, Blueprint, game mode, or game instance. Handling in game instance. Game instance plus map loads so it can reliably detect transitions. Switching between maps detects game switching between maps. If you want to handle match ending, do not rely on map unload. End of match might not change the level. Simple use case, pause timers, save match. Ew. This is just a user widget. We could do this as a reparent to a common activatable widget. There. That actually might be a good idea. And then if we go to the HUD, we can rearrange this. Because now we don't have to create, we can push. Ugh. Let's get this all moved in. So first things first, we want to do a bind. I'm going to move this over so I can see both of them at the same time. Called. Sub-level streaming events. So I have to engineer around this, and I have to think about this. So do I want to? Let's take a look at the game instance. High level manager object for an instance of the running game. Spawned at game creation and not destroyed until the game instance is shut down, running as a standalone game. There will be one of these running in PIE. We'll generate one of these per PIE instance. What is the Avalanche plugin for Unreal? Avalanche plugin is a motion design mode. Interesting. Motion design is an internal Unreal plugin for broadcasting. For live television, news, weather, sports. Oh, okay. Cool. Platform. Mobile events. Having this object as an option gives the app lifetime access to these Google. What about the So I started learning Vim motions. Nice, nice. Vim motions are very good. I love Vim motions. How are you finding them, Chrono? Oh, I'm out of coffee. I like them so far. Yeah. It can be hard to go back. Here's the breakdown of what it is and how it do. It inherits from, according to the documentation. Started it so my wrists would stop hurting from mouse scrolling so much. That is one of the benefits, I suppose. Okay, so the platform game instance is appropriate. You're developing a mobile platform, iOS, Android, and need to handle events like app is sent to background, home button pressed, app is resumed, foreground, remote or local notification received, screen orientation change. You want to signal persistent objects. Since game mode persists across level loads, it can receive these OS/platform lifecycle callbacks. You don't just need level/game match lifecycle logic, which you game instance and a game mode might handle, but application/platform lifecycle logic. Huh. You also want to handle app pause event notification platforms. The game targets mobile, iOS. Remote notifications, orientation changes. Inherit those delegates without writing all the boilerplate yourself. The foreground background one actually might be a nice one, because I think right now when you go into like a background mode, you end up in a weird situation. I started with Odin Lang in Sea Lion, but they don't keep the plugin up to date and up to date and crashy. So looking for another editor, and I'm messing a bit with NeoVim. I've been thinking about switching over to NeoVim. Yeah, I'm definitely having audio things right now. I wonder if not spell pretzel right. I wonder if I should put something on. Maybe it will help a little bit. Ooh. Don't push yourself, man. You just got out of the hospital. Come on, but if I push myself hard enough, maybe I can end up back in there. Let's try this. I don't even know if you guys can hear this. That's not even all of them. Hey, Super 56. Or 56. Welcome in. I got plenty of RAM. I'm like using next to nothing right now. What's my RAM even at right now? RAM usage is probably pretty low right now. I'm only using 18%. Oh. The fuck would you need so much RAM for? Oh, you caught how much RAM I have. What does it work out to be? Sorry, you can download more RAM. Yeah. I keep having something leaking after Windows updates, and it eats all 64 gigs. Well, I don't seem to have a leak of any kind. I'm only at what is it? I'm using 46 gigs of RAM right now. Oh wait, no. Current use is only 38. Sorry. But each core has 4 gigs of RAM. That's why I have so much RAM. You just noticed the tabs. Don't forget, I still got this one. And I'm running Unreal. That sucks. What sucks is before the latest update it was gone and now it's back. I hate Windows. Yeah, Windows is on the downward trend right now, I think. Relax and maybe give me some of it. So I have so much RAM because of Houdini is really why I have all the RAM. I have actually oomed this system before. How much do you have? 256 gigs. Yeah. I have lots of RAM. So much RAM. What? So I'm like using next to nothing. Oh yeah, they're ungodly expensive. Houdini is dead, isn't it? No. No. It is so far from dead. Houdini is very far from dead. It is a juggernaut in its field. No, you still do HBS. Yeah. Oh, I see where we're going there. Sorry, I thought we were talking about the app. No, Houdini's cool. I love Houdini. I'm actually in the process of applying to go into like potentially doing tooling for Unreal and Houdini and stuff like that at a visual effects company. So at least that's the hope, the dream. You know, it's very much so a we'll wait and see thing though. I think it's, yeah, it is the game instance. So if we go back, we're here with constructor. They don't have anything explicitly for any delegates that they call out specifically in here, which is kind of interesting. On user input device connection change. Callback for when an input device connection state has changed. New gamepad. A new gamepad was connected or disconnected. On local play. Oh, yeah, no, here's the delegates here. They're removed. Device pairing change. Callback when an input device has changed pairing. The owning platform users. User has changed that device. Interesting. Class to globally managed timers. Add local player adds a local player into the local and global. So Super R56, if you're still there, what brings you in today? unique net. I think we'll probably need to do our own game instance. I think that's actually probably the right thing to do. Where do we put that again? Key delegates in, according to the Unreal Docs platform. No, I don't want platform. Shut down, load complete, maps loading finished, world transition. I know there's a way to do like Unreal Engine proper C++ map loading, map transitions with loading screen. This might also be a way of doing it. Like, so one of the things that I want to do is I need to hook in and get the ambient sound, and then when we change the map, I need to pause ambient sound, right? For whatever that map is, right? I do actually want to create my own like proper C++ loading transition instead of just using the async stuff, because it's a little bit more more dynamic and gives some really nice stuff.
So welcome to this session. My name is Axel, and actually this morning
we can get rid of that. This one's the largely discontinued. Get rid of that here. Come back to here. On world change, this one here. Load complete, shut down. On world change is what we're looking for. Game instance versus game mode when reacting to match has ended. UI, metagame, post-match screen. Oh, wait, what? So game mode runs gameplay, game instance runs game-wide systems. Callbacks give you lifecycle, world transition awareness, world shutdown, handling, loading. If you'd like, I can create a template game instance class for your game. Add your timer plus match event hooks. Add clean match end. Main menu logic. Want me to help wire this into the... I think we have got more questions we've got to ask here. First map ready. Down game. If I just create a game instance class, does that automatically get picked up and used by having it in my project? Or do I need to do any setup for that? A custom UGame instance is not automatically used. You must assign it in project settings. After creating a class, project settings, maps, and modes, roll the game instance and select your game instant class. Then this ensures the game instance is created when boots. Without this setting, Unreal will continue to use the default game instance. Okay. Optional game instance for PIE. Play in editor. I think that's what does PIE stand for? UE. What does Oh yeah, it is play in editor. Okay. Do I need extra modules for? I wanted to edit the game mode before loading a map mode, or a map before loading it. I would use the UGame instance to pass values through, correct? Kind of uses in multiplayer games, also game mode. Config use URL, triple options, time attack, timer equals 180. Alright, so we're going to create a game instance. Game management subsystem. Interesting. module extension giving you a clean plug and play place to put global game logic without needing to subclass or clutter module. Build standalone systems, inventory, party systems online. Okay. Created and initialized automatically when the game's game systems don't need to know or depend directly on custom game instance classes. Expose global functions and blueprints. Want to use when you want a global service but don't want to keep adding responsibilities to your UGame instance. Persistent inventory, matchmaking in game sessions, audio managers across levels, player data cache, online subsystem glue, runtime manager that shouldn't reset per map, behavior per single level map, world subsystem. Oh, interesting. Level subsystem / world subsystem is interesting. Per player behavior, player subsystem, or player state. UI manager, widget subclass, UI logic only. Level subsystem. UGame instance subsystem, whole runtime, whole game. Per world instance. One map at a time. Player specific, local player only. Destroyed on map change. It was these two, right? Absolutely, this is a great area to understand because Unreal's lifetime scope can be confusing at first. World versus level in Unreal World equals full gameplay environment. A U world contains the current persistent level, any streamed sublevel. In mode states, player controller, physics, navigator, ticking time, violation, online. Sessions, context. The world is the container for everything the player is currently experiencing. There can be multiple worlds internally. World. For instance, the game world, preview world, like UMG previews. Level equals map chunk. Level container set of actors, lighting and geometry volume, placed objects. There are two types: persistent level, always loaded for the world, streaming levels, loaded / unloaded dynamically inside that world. Levels are content inside a world. World subsystem. Duration of that specific game map and its streamed levels. Match logic would World runtime systems. Streamed levels. Level subsystem per level instance. Wave manager for enemies. Oh, interesting. Runtime world, footstep systems, 2 surfaces in map. Okay. Triggers when a UWorld instance becomes active. Use this when you want just one level's asset. You want to create services per streamed level. Resources can be unloaded when that level unloads. Local AI directors for dungeon sublevel. Level script replacements. Spawn managers for specific streaming chunks. Interesting. Start of the game. Load level / map. Change map. Destroy. Ah. Research with each level. Well, I'm thinking about it just because I saw that epic. Sorry, I saw the vehicle gauges and I forgot that I wanted to take a look at that. I have a feeling this is still going to fail. Okay. This custom gauge thing is just completely broken. Good. Great. Controlling ambient audio across levels, level start, stop, pause, transitions is an ideal use case for a when the level map loads, new world is initialized. When level leaving the map before, old world is destroyed. And pausing and resuming. World pause, not pauses, not game instance. And listen to pause state. Same world subsystem. Load new level, old sound continues playing because game instance did not know the old level ended, the old world ended. Why not level subsystem? You said before match ends. I didn't say. Oh yeah, before. Good events to use. Additional world begin play. Oh, thank God. Google finally picked up the new documentation page. Returns a reference to the U world. Subsystem would be created at all. Mute duck or stop based on pause. Displayed app gameplay. Begin. Notice you can control different ambient layers. Menu overlay. All driven in the subsystem. Plugin ready code blueprint. Optional integration with audio module. You like to generate a complete subsystem that automatically detects game mode, state, manage pause. Tie the tie ambient audio to a specific level depending on how dynamic you want it to be. Best option. Option 1, level script actor controls ambient sound, simplest. Every level has an automatically created level blueprint, level slash script actor. You can store ambient audio settings here. Then call into ambient audio system subsystem. Must add logic to each level. Option 2, per level data asset. Highly scalable. You create a data asset that maps level name, ambient info. You level ambient audio, ambient data. And level audio map contains add audio settings per level without touching code. Works with streaming levels, great for large projects. Place an ambient zone actor in the level. Finds actors. Level controls exactly what the ambient says. This is weird. Wait, we're using they suggested the world one, right? That's a great question because as a subtle life cycle that makes it perfect for level driven behavior like ambient audio. Since once per world, not per level. Running the game world instance. Levels. Map files loaded into the world. Contain multiple streaming levels at once. Levels can load/unload dynamically, but the world persists. Entire runtime, menus, gameplay, and new maps. World creation, world destruction. Creation, world destruction, gameplay. Tied to 2 levels. Gameplay logic tied to levels. Rarely used. Per level instance. Single level objects not common. Receives level events. Pause, resume, begin play, end play. Available in allows the subsystem to react when the new level loads, streaming or seamless travel. Persistent level change, travel new. On level added. Starts after game mode. Lives exactly as long as the world you are playing in. Can detect streamed sub-levels. I'm still confused. A quote that summarizes it. Game instance supervises map changes. Game mode and game state resets every map. Survives within the map but responds to level loads. If it needs to persist across game instance, state streaming changes. Confirming fit for your needs. You said, I want to control ambient sounds for when the change before the match has ended. Match specific. Needs pause. Handling. Needs stop level. When travel occurs. Right choice. I'm not debating whether or not it's the right choice. I agree that it sounds like it's the right choice. Ambient audio. Subsystem. The U world subsystem to a set map and add the audio. It was. Wait, am I not even running Unreal at the moment? No, I am. Okay. I haven't created that yet. Hi, big dog. Sup? How are things? Did you change your name? I did not. It's weird. Oh, again, that's good. What are you working on right now? Audio controls. So I have this Fmod ambient sound thing, and I want to control this right through I need to trigger this to play and stop depending on like the level. And so they're suggesting, based off of this, it looks like the implementation would be in the U world subsystem. But I'm trying to figure out how to tie that to a specific level, because I want to be able to dynamically set the ambient sounds for specific levels. Okay, how do I tie the UWorld subsystem to a set level? So I can dynamically set the audio, dynamically set the for that level. You want to do reacts to a specific level and plays the corresponding ambient audio. 5. Understanding what the subsystem sees. It's created once per UWorld, which usually corresponds to your persistent map. Or level or sublevels are loaded/unloaded dynamically. You can query the current active levels inside your UWorld to decide which audio to play. Level is loaded, it checks the name or tag. And start your audio if it matches. On level removed. It'll dynamically set which level should have audio. Be a game instance before the map loads. Store level, target level name using. You have a blueprint level tag. Yes, I did. There was some there was a couple like edge points that got like really sharp in Unity, and I just couldn't get it. I just got so annoyed with some edge cases in, like, not actually, I shouldn't call them edge cases because that's not what they are, right? But let me move some stuff out of the way. And I can utilize this. Let's see if this is gonna work. It might work. So I'll see. I'll try and explain it. So there's a couple things that I really super low level Unity engine shit. I wouldn't say it's not that. It's kind of hard to describe. So Wait. Go to settings. Mm. Mm. Maybe. No, it's still being lucky. I gotta figure this out at some point. Wish it was a little bit more reliable. So, okay, so old Dreadleaf, the things that I was looking for in Unity that Unreal has that really drove me to go back was game mode and the UI system. The UI system in Unity, I'm really not a big fan of. It bothers me on a personal level. The disconnect between like your button logic and your interaction logic in the UI being entirely separated from the UI elements itself, and them being able to be in the world and not in the world, like them not having a very tight coupling, even though they're kind of like super tightly coupled. Well, I was using UI Toolkit. I don't know if that was Canvas. Helps if I spell things right. This is the old one, right? Oh, okay. Yeah. So I was using the UI Toolkit. Unity. And like I like the structure. Like the structure and the way that the UI Toolkit stuff works is actually kind of nice. It's got some really nice stuff there. But the problem is that like UI Toolkit and UI Toolkit and the logic for that specific like UI object are entirely decoupled from each other in every single way. And it's on you to create the object, then attach the correct stuff to it, and then and stuff like that. And like having like a centralized effectively like a UI object of some kind, right? And then like dynamically switching things out in it, and then you have to like switch out scripts and stuff like that. I'm sure like there's more elegant ways to deal with it and stuff like that, but like not having those be tightly coupled the way that you would expect them to be was driving me batty. But I did get it working. to a way that was acceptable to me, and it wasn't too bad. But then came the game state. Sorry, the game mode system that Unreal has that I really really am a big fan of. Right, the whole game mode system, and having to develop that again from the ground up with the game instance and stuff like that was just like creating a wrapper would make that easier to deal with. Yeah, that's effectively what I did. Is I created a kind of like little wrapper around it and did some prefab stuff. I'd have to go back and double check exactly what I did, but yeah, it was just effectively like a lightweight wrapper of some kind. But it was really the game mode stuff that really pushed me to kind of leave Unity, because I was just like, I really want it. It's not more friendly. It's not more friendly. Well, it's I think some of it just comes down to that I tend to like more opinionated systems. And Unity would not be an opinionated system. Right. So like it's hard to describe what is so nice about the game mode system in Unreal, but like it gives you so much between game mode, game state, and like they've actually sat down and thought this through at a very high level of like what exactly does a game mode need, like, and what is the persistentness of these and all of that. And there's so much that goes into it, and I understand why that might be not necessarily the greatest for somebody new coming in, even though I'm very new still. But like, it's what it came down to is I was just like, I feel like I'm just recreating a bunch of Unreal stuff. And I like the patterns in Unreal so much better. So I was just like, let's see if I can make this work in Unreal. And I did. There is the downside though. And it's funny because I also have my gripes with Unreal for this. And it is, I prefer the rendering engine in Unity to the rendering engine in Unreal. For the game that I'm building, I think that the Unity rendering engine is far better than Unreal's rendering engine. It's their shaders are so good. They're Are they though? I thought they were pretty good. Like they have their sharp corners and all of that, but they're pretty good. Oh, I didn't know that. But like it's just like the style that I want to target is more readily available in Unity than it is in Unreal, and it's much easier to pull off. Also, like with UE5 specifically, and I really, really do not want to go to UE4, right? UE5 specifically is kind of... Oh, one sec. I'll be right back. I'm just gotta go hug my girlfriend. Was me really upset with how ugly the reflections are. I actually think that like for what I want, Unity is actually the better engine, the better rendering engine for specifically just for what I'm looking for, right? Yeah. But yeah, that's really what it comes down to. And like all of the Unreal ones are like hacks around the default shading system. And then when you throw UE5 into it, because of like the heavy with the changes that they made to the rendering engine between 4 and 5 to accommodate for like Nanite and Lumen and stuff like that, and the heavy emphasis on Lumen and Nanite, it really changed a lot. To work around how ugly the roughness calcs is with Unity's BRDF. I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, give me a second here. Okay. Yes, I suppose. I guess also probably some of the problem is that like I don't know enough about shaders, like at all. My shader knowledge is super lacking. Now, my understanding for UE is the problem comes down to when you get data, right? So for just write HLSL with AI help. Don't waste time in the shader graph. Well, in Unreal, you can't, right? Like you still have to go through the shader graph. You can write HLSL inside of the shader inside of the shader graph in UE, but it's not as clean to write HLSL directly into Unreal as it is in Unity, which I think is also one of the reasons why. Oh no, it is fine, but like let's see, I'll show you how it would be done. Let me just see if I can remember where I placed my shaders. Right here. Just open this one. I think this is just a material. Yeah. So it would be HLSL. Oh wait, custom. I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. So this is how you do it in Unity. So you can write all of your shader code here and then you'd wire it up. Right. And then there's plugins for this though. It is, but it isn't. So there's a plugin for this. Unreal Engine. Sorry. Here we go. Yeah, this is what you'd want, right? From Voxel. Sorry, I gotta get logged in here. Am I logged in? No. This is beautiful. Because like doing this here like this, you have to like copy and paste this, and like this doesn't grow. Oh, it grows now. That's kind of cool. But it doesn't grow sideways, right? So like if I do, or maybe it does now. Oh, they fixed it. It's so much better than it used to be. I'm sorry. It used to be really bad. It used to be super, super shit. This is so much better than it used to be. Okay, so like in 5.4, I think it was 5.4, this didn't grow at all, right? Or it didn't grow the way that you would want it to. So like it wouldn't grow to match the size of the text inside of it. And it was like you were essentially editing in this little window down here, right? Because this would become unreadable. Like you wouldn't actually be able to edit in this. But now you can edit in this directly. So this isn't too bad. But yeah, so it was like super bad, and some people wrote like the voxel plugin guy wrote this, which is really good. So this changes everything. Corgi Foggen. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is you. This makes sense. I was like, URP. This is actually the style I want. Give me 1 sec. I'm just gonna be right back for bathroom. And I'm gonna go put some tea on real quick. Be a couple here. So I wonder if I short. I wonder. I'm just waiting for my kettle to finish. I wonder if HLSL will actually make specific shaders easier inside of Unreal. And you can also do shader functions too, which is kind of nice. Hey, Old Dried Leaf, I've got a question for you. Is there any material that you would suggest for getting into shader development? Because I would like to expand on that, and I'm kind of curious if you've got any suggestions. Basically 2 parts of toon shading. Node, you can create a Let's look. Okay, so my understanding for UE is actually, let's do this. We'll do here's the material, right? So if we do a new material, right? And then we do or sorry, piece. Okay, man, I'm out. Have a good one. All right, have a good one, man. So we go here. We can do a post-processing one. Where the node is. This would actually be good. I'm playing around with UE. Post-processing effects dynamically. Let's break down the blendable locations and what options there are. Applied before Tone Mapper runs. Tone Mapper is what maps HDR values to the LDR. Use this if your effect should work on some color grading, bloom tweaks, LUTs. You want LUTs to affect raw HDR images before tone mapping. Applied after tone mapping, but before conversion to LDR. Useful if you want to you want your effect to operate on HDR exposed values. Color correction effects like lens effects that rely on tone map values but still want HDR information. Applied after tone map and to screen space. Basically what you see on your monitor. Use this if your effect should only touch what is actually displayed. Overlaying UI specific color tweaks to screen space distortion effects. Applied before translucent are rendered. Mostly used if you want objects to be affected differently or not at all by the effect. You're experimenting, start with immediately see the effect. More advanced color grading before maps. If you want, I can make a quick diagram showing the processing pipeline exactly where each blendable location fits, which really helps visualize. Unreal. This is part 2. I want part 1. How do I jump to part 1? First. In this style, I can make exactly the model I had in mind, which my understanding is that the big contention is the
Hello. Today we're going to cover how to make a cell shader in UE4 and 5. We will actually be making this in Unreal 5, but all of this should be applicable within UE4. It's going to be a fairly simple material where we're just going to use a little bit of mass to create that step effect. But yeah, with that said, let's get into the tutorial.
there are good tutorials on a site called Cat Like Coding for shading, but it's targeted for Unity. Oh, cool! They've got Godot. I guess more what I'm looking for is like shadow shapes, and using involve the 1, 2, 3 shadow system.
Konnichiwa, Senpai desu. When it comes to shading, a lot of people would just randomly paint a dark area over the character without any sense of purpose or direction. They don't know where exactly the shadow should be, they don't know what shape the shadow should take, and they don't know what color to use.
That technique is like step shading the specular values. Well, that's good to know. Since you're here, should we actually go deep into HLS and do this? We're gonna leave this specific one because it has a generated thing, so it's gonna stop letting me ask questions soon. Let's break this. Combination of cell shading, tune shading, flat stylized lighting instead of realistic, physics-based shading, hard edges or contour lines around characters and objects. This usually means non-photorealistic rendering and PR techniques. Allows you to create a custom cell shader. Gradient ramps for lighting instead of smooth PBRs. There are two common approaches. Post-processing edge detection detects edges in the scene and draws outlines. Mesh-based outlines scale and duplicate mesh slightly and invert normals to create the black outline. Yeah, this one usually has the best results, right? Stick to simple directional or point lights. Avoid complex PBR setups. Instead, use constant colors for ambient light, shadow ramps, or hard shadow edges. For hard shadow edges. Hand painted textures work best. They can emulate the flat, colorful style of anime. Keep textures low res and stylized. Avoid photorealism. Use UE's material functions to create reusable stylized shading behaviors. SudoKid recovery stream activate. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. You can't let brain surgery get you down. So the inverted mesh technique is kind of interesting because like you effectively you take your whatever your mesh is, right? If we fire something up here, I really need to get into Blender at some point because I want to be able to like actually utilize Blender. The major issue with doing the inverted hall, yeah, like it is nice and I really do want to get into it, but one sec. Good now. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Great way to increase your triangle count. They are, but like it depends on like what you're doing, right? So if we go to geometry, right? We throw down a geometry node. And here we throw down a box. I think it would be this one, right? No, it's surface invert. Show me the super nice mode button, please. Invert. I think. Wait. I want to say that it's this one. No. Oh yeah, flip normals. That's what we wanted. I feel like I'm going crazy here. Are invert normals? NURBS, UASD camera. These are the things that I love. Oh, somebody give me a shout out. Yeah, I could have swore there was like just a. One sec. Oh wait, it's reverse. That's what it is. Here we go. There we go. So yeah, so you would just throw that down and then transform. And then you just make this one here just like a tiny bit bigger. Not that much bigger. Like maybe like that. And then you merge these back together. Right? It's Oki. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. How was your stream? You won the raid roulette. Winning raid roulette feels good. It feels good. It's good to be back. So I had to take 2 weeks off, and it's good to be back now. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. There's been so much love today. It's great. And thank you for the follow. It's also much appreciated. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry, we're just going over we're talking about getting that anime style inside of Unreal and trying to figure out exactly how that would what that would look and like what makes an anime style look, right? Stuff like that. Oh, I'm way hungover today. So I'm gonna try and find some food and pass out. That's fair. That is entirely fair. I'm actually a little bit surprised that I've lasted 4 hours so far. I had brain surgery on Wednesdays. So I share your being a little bit out of it. I hope your hangover passes though, man. Is it nice to be out of the hospital? Fuck yes, it is. Like as much as like having food brought to you and like your meds like portioned off to you so you don't have to like think about when did I take my painkillers last and stuff like that is kind of nice. Your meds show up at just the right time. They keep you perfectly sedated. Let me snooze that. Well, it's Oki Oek. Thank you again for the raid, and I hope that you feel better and you get the right amount of food and liquids into you for your hangover. I think I'm about an hour into having lunch at the hospital right now. So like the entire idea with this, with the inverted hull, is because by default you don't render the invert, right? So if the normal is facing the opposite direction, you don't render it, right? In Engine. So how it ends up working is what you do is effectively this box here, right? Because now I've only got one. The inside you put a black shader on it, right? or a black material, so it's just black, or whatever color you want as your highlight, right? And then because you stack these on top of each other, and because it doesn't, and you don't have it double-sided, it sees through it, so you only ever see the other side of it. And because it's just slightly bigger, that gives you your outline, right? And it gives you more reliable and better outlining, right? But the problem is that it doubles all of your geo, so it's expensive. So you gotta sometimes be careful where you put it. So if you've got like a high res character, you're gonna have lots of them, it might not be a good idea to do inverted hull. And then that's where you do the outline that we were talking about earlier in the post-processing effect or something like that. But then Unreal, in a post-processing effect, you don't have directional light. So you can't like get light or something like that. Like wait, can we calculate light? Yeah, I don't think light position's available in post-processing. Maybe. No. Your insight actually is really good, because whether or not you know Unreal is kind of a moot point to some you know, some stages, right? Because like you have an idea of like places that we can look for, right? Here we go, light vector, this is it, right? I think. Right? Which in post-processing we don't have light vector. I don't know. Let's this is where ChatGPT comes in, right? Do you have access to light direction in Unreal Engine post-processing effects? No, you do not have direct access to light direction in Unreal post-processing effects due to deferred rendering. Right, that's what it was. It was the deferred rendering. However, you can manually pass the light direction into your material via material parameter collection, which is then sampled with your post-processing material. Hey, Ginger 4T, Ginger C4T. Welcome. I hope I didn't butcher your name. I think we're in an ad. You're not in an ad. Okay. Okay. Ginger cat. Oh, okay. Ginger cat. That makes sense. So collection parameter node and select MP. My girlfriend's messaging me on Discord. Oh, crack Snapple pop. Your Discord sound changed too. I thought it was just only my software issue. Yeah, no, they changed that and it annoys the out of me. I don't like the new sound. The new sound is not of the goods. I might change. I might look into what it takes to change back. Now this is because of deferred rendering, right? Can you switch away from deferred rendering in Unreal Engine? Deferred rendering path to forward rendering path. This change is made in the project level. Forward rendering can be faster than deferred rendering for some specific types of content, particularly in scenarios with simple lighting. For VR projects. The forward renderer provides better support for multi-sample anti-aliasing, which can provide sharper images and temporal anti-aliasing in some cases. Though temporal is generally preferred specular aliasing in most other cases. Some scene space techniques like screen space reflections, screen space ambient inclusion, and shadows are not supported when using the forward renderer. Access to the G-bus or scene textures used by the deferred renderer is not available in the forward renderer, which may break some materials that sample them. You may also have fewer texture samplers available for material, which can often be solved by using shared samplers. The choice of
Forward rendering renders each object to the screen one at a time. The shaders applied to the objects contain instructions for both setting material properties and also to calculate the lighting for each object. So the material setup and lighting are all done in one pass for each object. This approach has some positives and some negatives. Because each object shader does the lighting, this method has the potential to use a different lighting model for every object, so there's a huge amount of flexibility for using a variety of lighting models. This method also requires less VRAM or texture memory, and I'll explain more about this in a minute. With forward rendering, you can control the order that objects are drawn in, so you can render objects from furthest away to closest to the camera, sometimes called back-to-front rendering. This is a requirement for objects that are transparent. And finally, for simple scenes, forward rendering is a simple rendering method, so it's also fast. On the other hand, for scenes that are complex, especially if they have a high number of light sources lighting each object, forward rendering can get quite expensive. And that's why deferred rendering was developed. With deferred rendering, the rendering process is divided into two steps or phases. In the first step, all of the objects in the scene render their material properties, color, normal, roughness, metallic, into an off-screen buffer called the G-buffer. So after that first pass, we have 3 or 4 screen-sized textures that contain the color, normal, roughness, and metallic data, and sometimes a bunch of other kinds of data as well, for the whole scene. In the second pass, the data in those full-screen textures is used to calculate the final lighting. This means that the complexity of the lighting calculations is separated from the complexity of the geometry in the scene. And now, this method also comes with its own pluses and minuses. On the positive side, complex scenes with a high number of lights can be rendered a lot faster, and the lighting can use more complex and realistic techniques or formulas because it's just happening using those G-buffer textures instead of using the scene geometry. On the other hand, deferred rendering uses a large amount of texture memory because it has to store that G-buffer data. Also, because all of the lighting is done together in the second step, it makes it harder to use different types of lighting for different objects. It is possible, it just requires more effort and resources. Deferred rendering is fastest when everything in the scene uses the same lighting model. And finally, you can't render transparent objects using deferred rendering because objects are rendered front to back instead of back to front. So, with these positives and negatives in mind for both methods, let's talk about how the methods are used. First, forward rendering is most commonly used for lower-end hardware like mobile devices, and it's also great to use for scenes with just a few light sources. Deferred rendering is great for complex scenes rendered on higher-end hardware like PCs or consoles. Today, most modern game engines use both methods. In Unreal, for example, deferred rendering is used for the opaque objects in the scene, and then the transparent objects are rendered afterward in a separate stage that uses forward rendering. This allows the transparent objects to be sorted from back to front. And here, I'm going to go off on a tangent for a minute. In Unreal, there's a rendering debug mode that allows you to visualize the cost of the shaders. Cheap shaders are green, and red shaders are expensive. The colors are based on the number of instructions that the shader is using. This is nice, but it's also misleading. Have you ever noticed that objects that are transparent are always red? Why is that? Does that mean transparent objects are super expensive and we should never use them? No. The problem here is that we're comparing apples and oranges. The number of instructions in an opaque object is low, because opaque objects are using deferred rendering, so we're only actually seeing the number of instructions used in the first stage of rendering, the ones required to write to the G-buffer. The lighting instructions
I also like the older one.
are not included. On the other hand, the transparent objects are using forward rendering, so their shaders contain instructions for both the materials and the lighting. So it's really an unfair comparison. Sure, transparent objects are a bit more expensive to render than opaque ones, but this shader complexity debug view exaggerates the difference and makes the transparent objects look like they're more than twice as expensive, which isn't true. So keep that in mind when you're using this debug view. Okay, back on topic. Because transparent objects are rendered using forward rendering, it's important to reduce the number of lights that are hitting them, because using lots of lights in forward rendering is more expensive. And just in general, multiple large light sources can be expensive for both types of rendering, so be careful with lights and don't make them bigger than they need to be. We'll get into more details of all of this in a future video in the series. Alright, I think that about does it for this video. Next week, we're going to go over what needs to happen at the beginning of your project in terms of optimization. We'll talk about choosing your targets, discovering the capability of your target hardware, and then setting budgets. Today, we're going to discuss the performance optimization steps to take during pre-production and how to get started with performance analysis. Let's go! At the very beginning of a game project, before you start building content, there are some critical foundational tasks that need to be done in order to assure that your game will perform well when it's completed. We'll get into that in just a second.
I want to take a look at what this is going to look like forward rendered. Unreal Engine, switch to forward rendering.
V3's forward rendering. So the base, there is no deferred pass. The base pass pays. Hey guys, Wadox Studios here, and today we're going to be compiling shaders. I'm joking. As you can see, I'm in 5.4.4, and I have a project named Older Hardware Targets. Now, I saved you guys some time, and this is a brand new third-person template project. But my previous video went over VR development and mobile development in Unreal Engine, and I talked about a branch that I'm keeping up to date with, like the most recent Android settings and being able to push to the Quest 2 and Quest 3. And I talked about how, for me, it's just easier to get from like point A to point B with UE4 and trying to stay under that 11 millisecond target. Like, so optimization is a big deal. I also mentioned how UE4 still supports like GL and ES31 and older like Mali chipsets, et cetera. And there was a huge interest in like, well, what if I wanted to support 8th gen consoles, or what if I wanted to target older hardware in UE5? Like, it's not going back as far as like say mobile devices or ES31. Consoles are equivalent to desktop applications or desktop games, right? And the only difference is that like we're really talking about, I mean, at the end of the day, the segment in the video where I was stating the differences between DirectX 11 and 12, if you're talking about like desktop, 8th gen and 9th gen, so like your older GTX cards, your early 2000 series cards, and you know, consoles, Switches, PS4s, et cetera. So the great news is UE5 is good at this. It scales really, really well. Now, you wouldn't know it based on the default settings because you're going to load in an SM6 and a DX12 right out the gate. And my machine's a pretty bad example of this, but because I'm on a 2080 Ti on this machine, it's not too far up there. It's not my 40 series machine, and it's not my 1050 Ti. And just so you guys know, I have a different scale of machines because targeting the actual hardware you're developing on is important. Like, the machine is probably the best way for you to understand how something's going to run. So I have a machine with a 1070, I have a machine with a 1050 Ti, and I have a machine with a 2080 Ti, and I have a machine with a 30 series card and a 40 series card. So like, I'm a big nerd. I know it. But anyway, yeah, let's get started. We'll look at some things. Immediately right out of the gate in the default project, you're gonna see that Lumen is already on, and it's using the global tracing path. So that's the faster path. We haven't tweaked any of like its update rates or nothing like that, but as of right now, it's on. The other thing in UE 5.4, also disclaimer, DX11 Lumen doesn't work in 5.5. Engineers said that they were going to be trying to hotfix it in, but as of this video, I'm doing all of this on UE 5.4 because of that reason. So yeah, back to it. If you go to hardware, ray tracing, let's see, there's going to be a Boolean value. I don't have it turned on. It doesn't come on by default. I think it's on in UE 5.5. So again, all of this is UE4 default settings. We're not going to change anything. I just wanted to point those at you. And if we go look at the RHI, you'll see it's at DX12 by default. And if we go look at SM6, it is enabled by default. So that's the baseline. That's where we're starting when we load up UE 5.4, right? And I'm on a good mid-range machine right now. Like the 2080 Ti is a pretty beefy machine. If you go look at Steam stats to see like what most people's hardware is, and if you do a stat FPS right now, you're gonna see I'm at 90 frames per second. And that's in the default template with no changes. And it's like, okay, well, what the hell is costing me so much? Okay, so we're gonna do a stat GPU and we're gonna look. Well, it looks like TSR right now is costing me a whole 2 milliseconds. And that's crazy because I'm on a 1080p display right now. I'm not upscaling to 4K. I don't even technically TSR is wasting resources for me right now. I don't even need it. So we'll turn stat GPU off. And we're not going to even go from DX12 back to DX11 just yet. We're just going to say, let's go look at this AA method. And we'll just think about this from a previous gen anti-aliasing. So we can go to TAA initially without changing any settings and hit play. And you'll see right out of the gate, I have pretty good AA. You're going to get the same temporal smearing that you would get from TAA. So that is a little different than TSR. TSR does a better job of keeping smearing low, but it still smears. It's still a temporal solution. TAAU can still upscale. It still can do everything that TSR can do. But if we go look at stat GPU, there is no cost for upscaling. There is no cost for anti-aliasing. I mean, it's there. It's 0.15 milliseconds or 0.16 milliseconds. But right out of the gate, you just went over 120 frames per second. And I could unlock my frames, but there's no point at this point. Like the point is made here. So now you're like, okay, I didn't do anything. And we'll look at the stats.
The smearing is
real
a
quick
real.
because stat game is
The smearing is actually a big problem though, on a higher paced game.
gonna be dirt cheap right now. Like we're not even talking about trying to optimize for like, yeah, we're at 4 milliseconds on the game thread for like chaos and hit traces and game logic right now. We're completely GPU bound at the moment. So, and I would expect that out of a template project. So we've to hit a mid-range decent card at 2080 Ti is no slouch. We've essentially done what we needed to do at the GPU state to give yourself overhead to work with to start, tossing things in. I am still Lumen capable at this point, so if I wanted to use Lumen, I could enable it. I've already paid for the overhead right now. Like I'm in a Lumen capable rendering setup. However, the moment you enable Lumen, you are going to start paying for software rasterization, and anytime you start using world position offset things that, foliage that blows in the wind, or any type of like claw simulation effects, etc., displacement, tessellation, those kind of things, you're going to pay more. Lumen, Nanite is not built for
Sup, Lucifer?
For that kind of stuff. The other thing you're going to pay more for is any type of overdraw that you're having on quads. So quad overdraw becomes really important in an Nanite enabled scene. So just keep those things in mind if you go that direction and you start scaling up from here. But I'm going to take things even further. Like I'm going to screenshot this. I'm going to hit print screen.
I agree
so like,
with
this is where we
as
got
well.
back to after simply changing anti-aliasing. So actually, if you hit shift,
My
escape,
girlfriend
stop.
liked that one.
F11 here. So now let's take this a bit further, shall we? You'll notice the RHI command here is profiling the cost of SM6. So what we're going to do now is we're going to gain, we're going to start counting like low-hanging fruit at this moment, but the next thing you could technically do is you could say, instead of SM6, I'm going to target SM5, which is a cheaper shader model. So you don't want to, and I would say, why would you even do this? But say you don't want to move down to DX11, but you do want the cheaper shader cost. You don't want
I
SM6,
think
you
I
want to
did
go back.
actually clock down to DH11 on this project specifically. Yeah, I did. I went to RHI11.
Back to SM5, which is cheaper. This gets you in line with
Right.
shader cost. But say you don't want to move down to DX11, but you do want the cheaper shader cost. You don't want SM6, you want to go back to SM5, which is cheaper. This gets you in line with what you would be doing in UE4 on DX12, because that's
Wait, did I switch to?
where we are with UE4. So it's basically DX12, SM5, right? And again, it's yelling at me, hey, you need virtual shadow maps. So that's where this comes into play. This is a really easy thing. Also, this is where this starts getting a lot cheaper. Your shadow costs are going to go down. We're just going to disable this, and then we're going to let the shaders compile. A lot cheaper.
Okay, so shadow maps.
Your shadow costs are going to go down. We're just going to disable this, and then we're going to let the shaders compile. And as you can see here, like, it's not a huge loss. This is not, like, comparatively speaking, the scene does not look drastically different. Not at the point where, you know, and I guess, like, video files and people who are, like, really anal about the visual presentation of, like, you know, upper high-end renderings would notice this and nitpick this to death. But if you're wanting to just look really good on HN hardware, you're not going to notice this too much. And we'll just hit play, let these compile out, and here we are, DX12, SM5, cascade shadow maps, not virtual shadow maps, and you'll, and then
Okay, well, can we get to what I was wanting to do? Unreal Engine MS5 versus MS6. What's the difference? What is this? Standard shading features like textures, lighting, shadows, and visual effects. Oh. More shader instructions per material. UE 5.6 to SM5. That's just this, right? Target platforms. I think this is the one in use. So I think we're in SM5 already. Sure that DirectX 12. I guess here we would still do this instead. And we'll just do a quick restart. Would you like to apply changes? I don't even know what we just changed. Oh, it's just saving the open shaders. We 5.6 switch to forward rendering.
So we just get a giant folder of images that we have to deal with, which is actually kind of annoying. So level C. With Unreal Engine 5.6, we obviously need to talk about some render settings. So if you've never rendered in Unreal Engine before, my typical approach is what you see is what you get. Typically, whatever you see in your viewport, it's pretty good, and I use these render settings across all of my commercials as a freelance motion designer, cinematographer, whatever you want to call me, whatever I do. These are the settings that I use to make client work. So that being said, let's go ahead and talk about getting started with rendering in Unreal Engine. The first things first is you definitely need a scene to render out a shot. So I have this little shield that I modeled. I have some gradient backdrops, which will help with demonstrating some
Deferred as it provides the most versatility and grants access to more rendering features. However, there are trade-offs in using the deferred renderer that might not be right for all VR experience. Provides faster baseline with faster rendering passes, which may lead to better performance on VR platforms. Not only is forward rendering faster, it also provides better anti-aliasing options than deferred rendering, which may lead to better visuals. Shader is ray tracing. What? Okay, so we come back up here. Let's put this back on. Forward shading. Wait, forward rendering, which is under rendering. Crowd manager. Oh, energy conversion on material. Displays a warning when no pre-computed visibility data is available for the current game. Well, if you're making a game that relies on pre-computed visibility. I'll let you use DXT5 normal maps otherwise. Rendering, forward rendering. You ever have to watch a video about image compression formats and go crazy making a video game? when don't you? I think this is it right here. Yeah, this is it. I don't think this is going to be a problem, but we're about to find out. What about mass? Massa or whatever. Oh. I don't know what I'm on right now, to be honest. you know what? It really doesn't matter what I'm on because it doesn't really give a shit. You have nanite. You. Remove the fallback message. Oh, okay. So that fallback was actually required. I don't know why. No, we don't really. We can't really use LODs for too much that's like useful, effectively. There's a lot of things that are just like, can nanite not run forward rendering? I don't know. I don't think so. But if I'm being honest, I also largely don't care. So wait, if I do this and we go from surface to post-processing, does this give us lighting? There we go. Oh, it does. I love UE5, best upgraded engine ever. Yeah, totally. Totally. We have this now. Because I don't think that we had this before. Drive. Genshin Impact is Unity. Wait, Havoc is yeah, Havoc isn't a full engine, right? You have to pay for Havoc in Unity. This is out of date, I think. But if I remember, you have to actually like yeah, I think it becomes available if you pay for Pro. I think it's under this one. I think you get Havoc. Yeah. So you have to pay for Havoc physics in Unity, and you don't have to pay for them in Unreal. Yeah, Havoc's free in Unreal. I think I'm 90% sure that it's free in Unreal. How much is... Never mind. That's insane. So technically, Unity has the better Havoc pricing. There is though that like there's kind of the takeaway though for this is that like, do you need Havoc physics in Unreal? And the answer is largely you don't, right? Like there are cases that you might need it, but you don't really need it, right? So at that point, like, I think lots of companies are still using Havoc. It's going to be your AA's and AAA's that use it though. Helldivers 2. Yeah, it's going to be your AA's and AAA's. it's just too expensive, right? Like never an indie. Indies will use it in Unity because it comes with your license, right? But the Unity pricing is just like $200 per person, but that gives you Havok physics for Unity. It's not exactly the same. What? No, the 50 grand is per title. For Havok? The Havok pricing for Unreal is a title based thing. So like if I wanted to do it for just Truckcoon, I could pay 50 grand and it would just be for Truckcoon, right? But if I wanted to do, sorry, what I was trying to get at though is that Havok is more important to Unity than it is to Unreal. Right? Because Havok is critical for dots in Unity, and it's not in, like, you don't really need Havok for anything unless there's like a specific part of your game that requires Havok for some reason, right? And for the most part, Chaos takes care of it, right? No, but like Havok has dot support, and Unity doesn't really have a proper physics engine inside of dots, right? So they suggest using Havok inside of dots, but then that costs $200 per month per user. That's why Havok's more like required for Unity, but it really depends on the game that you're making. No, it's just a different licensing plan. There's pros and cons to both. Because Unity is cheaper than Unreal in the long run. There's also like if you want to do porting to other like consoles and stuff like that in Unity, you also have to pay the $200 a month. So like if I wanted to make a make the game available for Switch or PlayStation or something like that, I'd have to go for the Pro plan at the very least, because you can't do that on the personal plan. Because deploy to console is only available on Pro Plus. Yeah. Where in Unreal, it's available on all, like you don't have to be paying. So. This is this one, right? When is she not live? You help me create. Sorry, old dried leaf. Could you remind me what we were trying to do for the shadows? There was a shadow thing that we were working on before we got completely like off tilter here. Do you even remember? Oh, Spongy was here, and I didn't even say hi, Spongy. Direction. Need shadow bending. That's what we want. I would like to create shadow banding in my forward rendering PP post processing. Spongy, did I ever send you the updates? What? Are you making a vamp? Why would I be making a Vampirella? Who is Vampirella? I now see why you asked that question. I am not, but my friend failed captain is. And I think it's Vampirella. And I had him on my screen when I took the photo. Yeah. He's a talented 3D artist. But yeah, he's doing a Vampirella at the moment, I think. Holy tabs. I've been getting that a lot. What is as talented as? I have no idea. I don't know who this is. Is this going to be safe? I don't feel like this is safe. They might have different styles, dude. I don't fucking know. I barely know which way is up. Before tone lighting. Wait a second. Set blendable location to before tone mapping. So they're already wrong. There is actually something I want to check here, and I forgot to do this already. My bad. I wanted to take a look at this map specifically, because I know that this map specifically, I might need to do rebuild of the lighting. I might not, because I don't think I changed anything that would affect the lighting. Yeah. Anyways, I'll catch you later. I'm kind of in the middle of something. Love you too. Bye-bye. Mom's like, what are you getting used to? It's like life after brain surgery. That's what I'm getting used to. Life after brain surgery. There's a lot to get used to. Four tone mapping. I can't change the shading model to unlit. That's so crazy. Streaming 2 days after surgery. Yeah. Why not? Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some more water and use the facilities. Don't trip. I'm going to trip. I'm gonna trip and fall down the stairs. All the stairs. Instead of smooth lighting. Get scene lighting. Okay, let's move this over to my other screen here. And we're gonna clean up some of this because I don't think I need most of this anymore. Yummy. What? Is this all it is? No, it is not. It says that we're looking for post-processing input on the scene texture, but scene texture's gone. Is it this one? That's not what I wanted. UE forward, UE 5.6. Oh, there we go. I was going crazy, apparently. No, I'll be right back. One sec. GF is here. girlfriend's home. She's gonna make lunch, which is effectively just making rice. Lighter. Okay, so do the rendering scene. We have shadow though. Custom. Okay, here's what I wanted to test, which we were going to get to and then I forgot, is this truck inside of oh. What the fuck is going on there? That was weird. What the fuck was going on with that, like me flying all over the place like that? That was weird. My FPS is super low right now. It feels like a bad thing. Usually it's not that low. Oh, that's probably why. We need to build we just build all while we go through this. No, I'm fine. Thanks. Compute light intensity. In forward rendering, use the scene depth and scene normal modes. Calculate the dot product with the directional light vector. I as post-processing. Additional enhancements. Rim lights adds a rim effect by computing the view direction normal for edges. Multiband uses more subtle steps or softer transitions. Noise, add a tiny procedural noise to prevent perfectly flat bands from looking too rigid. Forward rendering is limited in dynamic shadows. You might get artifacts if you rely on complex shadow maps. Real-time shadows or many lights may need simplification. We're not using any real-time lights. Everything's pretty much everything is like baked. May affect everything in the scene, so sometimes it's better to apply it only to characters via custom depth masks. You can dry a full Unreal material graph for cell shadow banding post-processing, showing exactly how to create scene texture normals, directional light, and the floor/multiply node for bands that gives you a plug and play step. There's always work in the render scene color, not the full implement shader. You can use unlit style effects manually. Disabled. Now you can control post-processing effects via the blendable. Before tone mapping and forward, creating custom depth mask stencil to isolate effects. Yeah, 6412. I am back. I am back with my with my fresh brain surgery. It's been fun. Mm-hmm. Painkillers all sorted out. Doing better. I've got this one, which is hydromorphine or Tylenol. Well, technically it's hydromorphone, but I don't know what the difference is. Because everybody kind of called it morphine, right? They were giving it to me as an injectable at first. Oh, I'm feeling so much better. Yeah, they were giving me they were just injecting it straight into the IV. I asked not to be on it though at one point. I think there's more scans to come. The tumor will be with me for life, is what the surgeon said. It's spidered through the right side of my brain, so there's no removing it. He got out as much as he could without that was safe to get out without impairing me, and it feels better. They did a toonie-sized hole in the back of my head over here, right around here. They went in, and then they removed it up from here. Yeah. Oh, did I actually post the photo? I couldn't remember if I posted the photo or not. I thought maybe I didn't post it because it had blood in it, and I didn't want to put that on people, but maybe I did. It's been a blur. But yeah, so it was they said it was a toonie-sized hole, which I think is 28 millimeters in diameter, and then they drilled that out, and then they put the centerpiece back in, and then they stapled me up. So all in all, I'm pretty happy with world settings. Map lights need to be rebuilt. Say what type of tumor it was? Not yet. I have they've sent it off to the cancer center. Let's see. Let me grab the paperwork so I can kind of read off the parts that I'm comfortable sharing. Oh yeah, here. So in 4 weeks post surgery, I go in for a follow up, and by then hopefully we should have the results back from the BC Cancer Agency. And I've been informed that I'm not allowed to drive until I get reassessed by my doctor. And that I am to go to my local emergency room if any concerns arise. And my local emergency room is the hospital that I had my neurosurgery, my brain surgery at. So I know, right? I'm not allowed to drive, but I also can't drive. Hopefully. There was kind of one thing that led me to wonder whether or not it would be better if it was benign or if it was actually cancer. And I know that's fucked up to say, but based off of like the very little reading that I've done, let's preference this around that I don't know much about what's going on, and I don't know much about these topics yet. But based off of like what I read, right? It sounds like if it is cancer, there's actually a better chance that we can remove more of it using chemo than we would be able to using steroids for shrinking it or something like that. So I can potentially get rid of more of it if it's cancer than if it's not cancer. And as shitty as it is to be on chemo and stuff like that, it might actually benefit brain health, effectively. That might give me better overall results in the future, right? Having seizures for a couple years without knowing it was epilepsy. I had to wait 3 months for a tumor check, and they suggested to go to oncology for chemo or something before I get my results. I said, no, I'd rather wait. Yeah. They will not send me for chemo until they've guaranteed that it is actually until it comes back as a positive cancer treatment. So they've got me on steroids right now. How are your seizures, by the way? Yeah. That's good. That's good. What's this? Oh, okay. Yeah. have temporal lobe epilepsy, but my seizures cause me to freeze. I can't speak or move, but I can hear, smell, and even taste things that aren't there. Like you've done something really, really bad before the seizure fully starts. Interesting. So that's the feeling you're chasing. I've noticed that things taste different since my brain surgery, and I'm starting to hear weird things. I'm having audio processing oddities. So like there's a lot more like got brain COVID. Yeah. So I struggle to remember things. Oh yeah, you were telling me that. Yeah. All right, give me a second here. I will be right back. My doctor at the time was really blunt with me, though. I told him about and was like, yeah, so anytime between now and whenever your brain could suddenly shut off or your seizures could come back and cause you to pass away suddenly. It is Caroline. Let's hope that doesn't happen. God damn it. back. Welcome back. Tampons. I don't think Amazon really cares who they're pushing to because they have trouble selling advert because of their shit system. Let's use the custom HLSL block for this. Damn it, I got 31k match error points. Hell yeah. Why does everybody say that? Main way to implement shadow banding in word rendering. I'll walk you through the setup. Create a new material. Material post-processing default can't change. Just fine. Add scene textures. Scene depth. World space normals. We're not using an engine that handles compiling HLS to Spriv v HLS. Can be a pain in the ass. Okay, that makes sense. But like, I think UE and Unity both take care of it, and I think Acerola is trying to take care of it with Godot, right? The 3 GPU come with compilers, so you can use one API that works with Vulkan. They have their own version. I think the issue with Godot had something to do with what was it? I think it was something around the way it optimizes was lacking. Really? Interesting. It's possible. I know my brain's been feeling clearer. There is a downside though. I feel like I need my ADD meds. My brain's all over the fucking place. Like I feel more clear-headed and not as foggy. But now I just want to do everything. I feel more creative. I don't know if I actually am more creative, right? And I feel like I'm retaining stuff better, which is also really nice. I wish I could stop taking my, as that would fix my memory and constant brain fog, but I'd rather not reduce my lifespan some more. Yeah, no, I would rather you be on it and foggy, to be honest. As shitty as that is, right? I wish, hopefully in the next couple of years, they'll come out with something that doesn't fog you up like that. All right, we're calling 6412 to up to dance. Just seizures out on the dance floor. 10 out of 10. You just start flopping like a dead fish. We be concerned. I think he's foaming at the mouth. He's doing a signature move. Daddy, what's that signature move called? It's called the seizure. Flop like a fish. Good times. Fucking Ooh, I can start editing now. And before we do any of that, we're gonna save real quick here. Save all. You mixing C++ and blueprints? Of course. Really not a fan of blueprints. If I can get away with C++, it's always my go-to. Yeah, this Unreal C++ is kind of very C Sharpy in a lot of ways. So that's why when people are like, I just built the lights. What still needs lighting? Oof. Board rendering really tamped my frame rate, apparently. I don't think we have particularly like a ton of lights. Did a forced light now. Lighting samples are placed. adaptive grid, which covers. Hmm. Oh, that's interesting. My skybox is black. Remember looking at their source code and saw it was C# like, but they also use C# their build system over something like CMake or whatever. Yeah, they use kind of a combination of a couple different things. Do I even have post-processing? Like a specific post-processing even selected? Hmm. Oh, this is why. So we need world normals. Like I kind of understand why world space normals. Is it this? I feel like that's not the way to go. So normal world space. I'm heading off to bed. Glad you're doing better, man. Lots of love. No homo. There's lots of homo in that. Don't you try and. It's rude. Just rude. So I think here we do this, and this allows us to have our little inputs, right? Oh, wait, no, that's not what we wanted. And then here we do inputs. So we've got that. wait. There you go. So how did these work? Lighter. How do we tell it what the type is, though? World normals. Scene texture, scene normal. Ah. I'm just gonna move this over here like so. So if I do this, this would be world normal. Here we go. Light direction. Create a vector parameter representing the directional light. Oh, wait, what? I thought I had a way of doing that. Unreal Engine post processing volume. Get light direction with forward rendering. Normal deferred. Not accessible in forward rendering. Stores an arbitrary set of scalar and vector parameters which can reference a material. It is a powerful tool that artists can use to pass global data into multiple materials at once. You can also use material parameter collection to drive per level effects such as snow amount. Okay. Is there a way to figure out where my sun is in the sky for my light direction in my using built-ins. Oh, yay! Okay, so that was it, right? material has the following. Well, that blows. So we have to go back to SM6 then. Which is under platforms. was I? Why do I feel like I'm just not seeing it for some reason? See, I thought it was in here. But then there's the Windows thing, right? I'm not seeing it. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna take this time to call it. Let's go raid somebody. Raid our friend Tim here. Anyways, thank you to everybody who showed up and whatnot for my first day back after brain surgery. I'll hopefully see some of you on my next stream. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow or not. Things are still a bit in limbo at the moment. So. Anyways, thanks and